welcome to everyone joining us from across Nigeria and beyond, right from the comfort of your homes. This we are starting from game 4. Is between Adebola Samuel and Onyejide Olumide. Lasaki, what do you have to say?
Yes, it's a very um, promising match between both players as they are very experienced players. As we can see now that Mr. Adebola Samuel is about to start the game with a bingo of Alieni.
Okay. Let's see how far his luck could take him. Because though I wouldn't say it's rare to start a Scrabble game with a bingo, but it's always a sign of a good luck. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Okay, given the way he plays his styles, if would you have done anything differently?
No, I'm not sure I would have played it like this. You don't want to be exposing a lot of vowels. Although considering the fact that the bingo has 4 vowels, there's really not so much that you can do without exposing, you know, a double letter score in front of either vowel. So there's really nothing you can do. I would have done something like similar to this as well.
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Olumide made a play of ovoid, which is Kwaku's stop move for 18 points. His draw
Yeah.
was, yes, a bit rocky, and then he has managed to balance the rack with ANS.
Okay. Let's see what he draws next.
Mr. Samuel has just 1 vowel on his rack, but he can actually score quite enough number of points. There is Warmy for 39 points. There's 1B for 43 points, and he's keeping just 2 consonants on his rack, and he still has a chance to go into the bag and then take mortals. He has Warmy arranged on his rack. Do you think Warmy will be a better play or 1B?
I think for me, I don't like bees. I don't like bees. Okay, so I won't go. I will not go for one me leaving B in my rack. No, I will make sure I remove that B.
So you would go for 1B instead, keeping RT.
Yet.
Okay. Okay, so it may seem as though Mr. Olumide's rack leave of ANS has actually paid, as he has drawn LDRO to go with it. He has a bingo of ladrons or ladons. And we should see that come down right after Mr. Adebola Samuel makes his move.
That's a very. He made a very nice move, and it pays off. Let's see what Mr. Adebola will do.
Yes, I think he's trying to see if there's any word he's not saying, that can get rid of the B, like you said.
Yeah, I don't think I'm the only one that doesn't like B on our racks. Okay, he went for Wami.
Yes.
For
Wormy is
me,
actually Kwaku's second best choice. Kwaku's first best choice is 1B, like you said, getting rid of the B and keeping RT.
mm,
But I guess he's not seeing it, so he goes for Wormy instead for 39 points.
okay.
All right, it's Mr. Olumide's turn to move. And we should be seeing Ladrons or Ladons for 70 points coming down. there is no nine timer to the W, He just has to, take his score of 70 and go to the back to pick what else. Yes.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't know yet. So you need to take his time to shake it. Nine timers are always tempting.
Yes, yes, they
Who would
really are.
who would spend a minute or two to see if it will see nine timers?
Yes, yes, yes. He has ladrons arranged. Okay, I think that is what he's going to do. So I think he's going for the play of ladrons instead to the E. That doesn't score quite as much. That scores 62.
Okay.
Okay, and he has committed the play. Okay, no, I don't think he
Yeah,
has committed that yet.
I will I will still go for that move because I wouldn't want to expose my L for times nine as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I can't quite see Mr. Adebola's rack, but I can see that he has DIGETO. I think the last tile is a B.
Yeah, because he had a B before making the
Yes,
last
yes.
one. Yes.
From 1B, yes. Okay, so Kwaku's top move is bogeyed, keeping T for 35 points. There's also
Okay.
God width to the W. You want to take out that spot so your opponent doesn't come back to, shoot you in the leg. So there's God width for 33 points. There's bogeyed for 35. There's OBID, Obide for 34 points, keeping GT. Quite a number of options for him, and is going to be scoring as well. We just need to see what he's considering doing. I think he's thinking of Woj to the W for 30 points, keeping BIT. Do you think um, that is a good leave, playing Woj for 30 points, keeping BIT?
Oh, maybe for him, yes, but like I said earlier, I don't like bees in my rack. Really. I don't like bees on my rack. But playing Watch will be better because I think he will, yes, he will constrain the L. Like if okay, Illumide, he has Z on his rack. So if he hadn't played that, Illumide would have gone for something like I don't know, but placing Z on top the A there would be disastrous.
Very disastrous,
Really.
actually, very, very disastrous. So we can see the play of Z for Mr. Olumide. That is Kwaku's third best move. Evoke is Kwaku's top move, but it doesn't score as much as Z. Z scores 43, Evoke scores 39.
Okay.
Okay, I think he has committed that. And Mr. Adebola Samuel has drawn the first blank of the game.
Yeah. Do you think he has a bingo?
Not quite. I really do not think so. But
Okay.
let's see what Kwaku has to say. I think this is
Oh,
JBIPIT blank. And there's the J, there's the B, there's the P. I don't really think he can bingo on this one, but it should be able to score a couple of points. If he plays Jib for 22, keeping IPT blank, it's really not a bad leave.
rack
It's not
leave,
a
yeah.
bad score. Yes, it's not a bad leave. There's Jib for 22, and he has about three places to play that exact same move. Although playing to 10A, that is under Ladrones, would be better for me because I would not want to play up there to the A from Alienis, you know,
Exactly.
exposing the
Yeah.
J to the triple word.
Yeah, I will do same. Okay.
Mr. Olumide's rack is not looking too nice, if you ask me.
Yeah,
I mean,
but I think he'll still get a good score on the board.
yes, yes, yes. He
Yeah,
has the K.
where the ZO is,
Yes,
then
it takes
he's
a
the
hook of
O
A and
and
D,
Z.
and he has both.
So I think he will get a good score.
Oh wow, he's going for jab instead, keeping two I's, P, T, and
Right.
blank.
Mm. Okay, let's see what he draws next. I think that
Okay,
will
so
justify.
yes, so jab has been committed for 23.
Okay.
So like we said, the D, to connect the Z has been played, Zo OD by Mr. Olumide.
And that is a good move. What did Paco say?
Um
Um,
Kwaku says
okay.
KA, keeping OOUDV. KA instead, that same spot, but KA.
Okay.
Yes, it scores 36. OD scores 32. It's just a short score of 4. And there's still the O from Ladrums, there's a triple letter score right under the O. So maybe skipping the K to, score more points there later.
I know. I think for me, I think he's playing defensively because
Yes.
that's A there. A, we have L Lazo. Okay, you
Mm-hmm.
can place something starting with O L O on top the K. That if he had played the KA, that would be a very good score. So for
Yes,
me,
yes.
I think I would go for the OD.
Yes, that's actually very true. From the last turn of Mr. Adebola keeping two eyes, P, T, and blank, he went to draw another eye, making it three eyes. You see, that's why you don't want to be having the same repeated tiles on your rack. Scrabble doesn't really promise anybody anything. You can go into the bag thinking you pick something that will just blend your rack, and Scrabble will just surprise you because it's a game of probability and luck.
Yeah.
All right, so we've seen both blanks. Like I said earlier, the O under the O from Ladrones, the spot under the O. He has played KY there. And KY,
Okay.
yes. Um
That should be about 40 points. That's
yes.
a good one. Like, yeah. Scoring a 32 with the OD, right? And 40 points is a bingo score.
Yes, it really is.
A bingo score.
Okay, so
And
E,
has drawn the second blank.
yes, he has. So
To
we
be
are
quite
seeing both
interesting.
blanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so wow, there's a rare bingo here for Mr. Adebola Samuel, EXPIMP blank. There's a bingo of Pemfix. I've never seen it before, you know,
Oh,
right under the
same here.
KY. And it scores 141 points.
Okay, let's see if he's going to spot it.
It's a really hard fight. I am so surprised. Pemfix,
Oh,
141 points. Wow.
let's see if he's going to spot it. And it's going to be one of the words of the day.
It really is. It really is. I'm not even sure he's looking to play a bingo with such a rack, because it doesn't even look like a rack you can play a bingo with. I mean, most players will be looking at playing something like MIX or PIX or um PIPE, something like that, or premix, but
Okay.
yes. So yeah, like I said, I don't think he was looking for the bingo, he takes the score of PIX for 27 points and goes into the bag, hoping he can bingo on the next turn.
Yeah. But like you said earlier, the bag promises you nothing.
Yes, yes.
Let's say,
So OIVAUN blank. Kwaku stop move is BAU. As we can see, that's what Mr. Olumide is doing. I think Mr. Olumide has been playing quite well since the beginning of the game.
yes,
Yes, I think he
yeah,
has.
managing his style as well.
Yes, yes. From the play of
Mm.
Ovoid and then going to the back to draw ladrones, and then the play of KY and OD, taking a score when necessary and also balancing his rack at the same time. That's the type of play we want to be seeing.
Yes. I think that's actually what happens when, let's say, when talent meets obsession. This the
Yes.
kind of things you see on the board. Uh,
Okay, so OREMPT blank. Now there is tempo for 105 points for Mr. Adebola Samuel, right under the KY, forming
yeah, that should be
OKYM.
94.
Yes, it is.
Mhm.
Um, that might be a hard find, but then again, he's a master player. You really don't want to undermine the ability of this player, especially at this level. One
Yeah.
might be thinking that they would not see a particular move, and then it's a shocker that they actually find that move.
Yeah. Sometimes I will even see it first. Maybe taking time to see if they will see a better move, uh, a more comfortable move.
Yes,
You wouldn't want to bingo and give your opponents the chance to bingo as well. So most
yes,
of the players want to bingo, constrain the board, so they wouldn't give their opponents a chance to bingo as well.
yes, that's very
So
true.
sometimes it take time to uh, uh, look for more options. But what did he go for? He balanced.
Yes, I think he did.
Oh,
That's actually very surprising if you ask me.
very, very surprising. But so I thought he was arranging it on his rack. Maybe he didn't see the NYM, or I don't understand.
Yes, I think I'm not really sure what happened, but it's very, very surprising. So QAT, okay, I think he went for Louis
No, Olumide went for Louis,
and then he
I
went for
think.
QAT.
Yes.
Okay, okay. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now.
Mm. He played Gem under the YO of Ovoid and Wame.
Yes.
Mm.
And it may
One
seem
thing
as
about,
though
okay?
he doesn't have any vowels at the moment. That's Mr.
Yeah,
Adebola.
that's what I wanted to say. One thing about Scrabble is as if Scrabble has an eye, like it can see through you. When you miss the first, the second chance, I think it has happened to me a couple of times. I tend to draw badly in my next chance. It usually happen that way. Okay, I can see Olumide's rack
Yes.
waiting for him to make his move. Yeah.
A friend of mine would say if Scrabble gives you an opportunity and you don't take it, then Scrabble has a way of punishing you, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, does it have anything on that rack?
Who is that?
What am I saying? Is it O or C? I mean, Mr. Adebola.
I don't think so. I think this is FOPHRT, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the bingo of tensing. No, is it? No, I think it's tinning.
Yeah, Tinin.
Yes, it should be tinning.
That place has been there for a long time.
It really has, you know. It really has. And finally, someone has taken advantage of it, scoring 90 points.
Because when I saw Olumide, I thought he would have played EUOI there when he
Instead of
played the
Louis,
Louis.
right?
Yes, to block that point, that part.
Okay, so I think we're
But I
going to be
think,
doing a challenge here.
okay.
Is it a challenge?
Okay, he changed it to Stenson, I think so.
Do you think he might be doubting the word?
Which of the words? The
The
thinning
thinning.
or
Yes. Okay, so I think it's arranging nesting, which scores 90 as well.
okay, yeah.
I'm actually very surprised that both players left that spot open for, because one would have to actually try to take out that spot.
That's spot, yes. But I thought when Olumide drew that blank, he never wanted to block it because he believed that he would use it, and really he did use it.
Yes, yes, he did.
I think if he hadn't drawn a
Yes.
blank, the second blank, he would have got
Yes, he
one.
probably would have done that instead.
Who made the Asweja move?
I think that's Mr. Olumide. I think
Oh,
it can't be, yes, it can't be Mr. Samuel because, he hasn't used his blankets, which we know that he has a blank, so it can't be him. And Mr.
okay.
Olumide's rack is empty. Yes.
What else Paco has to say about Mr. Adebora's rap?
All right. Sorry, I had to do something. If I'm not mistaken, this is TIPCAR blank on Mr. Samuel's rack, right? All right, so we can see a move of scrap to the S from Asweja. It doesn't have a bingo that can land at the moment. Kwaku's top move is speaker for 36, SPICA, and scrap also scores 36, keeping IT blank. It's really not a bad lead if you ask me.
Yeah, it's not.
There's a move of Euroleaf for 21 through the for 24 rather through the R of scrap. That's for Oyejide Olumide. Keeping just A on his rack.
Okay.
He can decide to do that, or he can decide to take eight we for 20 or Noah for 24. Euroleaf scores 24. 24 is not a very bad score considering that he's ahead in the game. Although I think he might want to be defensive a little bit because the second blank has not been said yet. So it takes
Yes.
Lucia instead for 26, skipping OL. That's Kwaku's second best move. Still, the second blank has not been played yet, and I find it very funny that he picks the blank first, but hasn't played it yet.
Yeah, that's Scrabble for you. You can still have a blank on your rack till the end of the game. It's possible.
That's very possible. That's very possible.
It's possible, really.
So I think his rack is WINTLE blank. I think is about to play Wind Tools. Now,
Yes.
Wind Tools is a funny. The only playable bingo that would actually land on this board is Loneliest through the A of Scrap.
Uh, Scrap, okay.
Yes. I don't know
Hmm.
if okay, so okay, there's no challenge. So it wasn't challenged off the board. So it stays. Oh, hold on, please. I think there's a mistake. Yes. Winters is not a funny. Winters is actually a very valid word. Sorry, that's a mistake on my part.
Okay.
Yes, it's actually very valid. Although I'm actually very confused because Kwaku did not recommend the move ahead of other moves. Kwaku actually suggested keeping the blank and some other tiles instead of actually playing the bingo.
Oh, really?
And I am very surprised as to why that would be a better option.
Okay. Olumide, what did he play?
I
Polisas?
yes, I think that's Polisa's
Oh.
95
Um,
points, and I think that's the end of the game.
yeah, I think that's the end of the
Yes, that's
game.
the end of the game. So let's just quickly analyze this game. Do you think the game could have gone in the other way? Do you think there was a point where there was an opportunity for Mr. Samuel to actually do something and he didn't take it, and then things decided to go the other way? Or do you think the game was in Mr. Olumide's favor all through um the entire game?
No, I wouldn't say it was in his favor all through the entire game. No, because Mr. Adebola started with Eleni, and Olumide, his rack leave was not that promising until he made that ovoid move.
Yes, it wasn't.
And yes, it wasn't. And one thing I found out, Olumide, he managed his styles well. He played well. I think
Yes,
he
he did.
played better than Mr. Adebola.
Yes, I
Okay,
think he managed his styles well, and it actually paid off for him.
paid off, paid off.
If there was no, you can actually imagine him, that's Mr. Samuel. You can imagine him drawing the blank before Mr. Olumide, and he doesn't get to play the blank until after, almost at the end of the game.
After Olumide has made
Yes.
about bingos.
Two
Yes, after
bingos
he has,
after that's actually very funny.
yeah. I think Mr. Adebola played sub optimally.
Probably, yes, probably one or two moves where
Yes, especially that for that was that first bingo he had with the X. I wouldn't blame him for that because it's not a known word,
yes,
especially to us.
it's not a,
Yes. That same pole, was it same pole he had?
what's that?
The second bingo he had when
Yes,
after
I
he played X, after he played the PIX, he had the
that should be
bingo.
yes, I think that was tempor. But
Yes.
I think
So
he
not
did not have
that.
that with his rack because we saw a play of gem, which means there was a mix up with the letters that he had.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I think that was a mix up. And then for the pen fix, it might actually be a word that he knows. But it's actually harder to see words with a blank on your rack than with the actual letter. If he had an H, and it's possible if he had an H and he knows the word, he might have spotted it easier than having the blank on the rack instead.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly.
All right, so that's the end of this game. We'll be back for the next game after um this break. Don't go anywhere. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we'll be right back. The what? Who's that?
This one had a hard change. Why is in a blank? Why is in a blank? Okay. Carry on, hold on, I hold the first one. I drop and test something. Think something. What you do, open a tab on your laptop on the YouTube using the YouTube so that you can be using the YouTube and the Zoom to see both. The YouTube will help you better.
Okay.
Or you play on the blank? Okay. Understand. Good. Only the blank. I miss some. I miss when I score somewhere, someone I reconcile. Yeah, I think yeah. Shama.
Hmm? I see this now. Which of how many options are here that time?
I know she can say very oversee the overkick the enemy out
I see them now. I see them now.
because you're
I don't
having.
even see that. See, I don't know.
I'm not gonna know the one you pick. Let me answer which one you pick. Almost when you. Hmm? I'm not to follow the game. My mistake. I'm sorry. No, no, I go submit them all. Submit them online. Who got touch my account? You not get phone. Huh? You get data before. Connect to the Wi-Fi here. Wi-Fi here now. PKA PKA TZQ. If you don't say the password, well, I want to please. Eh? TZQ. Q. I want rush go peace. Mm. You showing correct. Anyone you take that one. But I want rush. Because your case are not call and correct. See how you. Okay, I don't collect, but see how they. But look, my phone map is.
Living life, no stories, no man, no let us cooperate. I catch you life. For human beings, really value. For human beings are funny. So check it. That's right. Oh, for the east. Right, yes.
it's for airline seats. If you Scrabble over and not here, then it starts to pass. You love the Scrabble. Anyways, the East and the Scrabble competition will feel like for the tweets the people get to introduce you to our player Scrabble enthusiast at the moment here. And here we have the one, as you can see, it's all lights. Cameras.
You didn't submit them.
Yes, this is the one, and as you can see, it's all lights and cameras. Essentially, this is really like, oh, it's not done. This is the third time you are not submitting results. What's it?
Okay, I'm Nelson.
Nelson, okay, very well. And I'll be.
Which media? Which media?
No, I'll be the one that's. I'm an MC.
MC.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
All right.
yes.
Okay, that's
I
cool.
just wanted to just come around, see the polls and that's it.
Nice meeting you, bro.
Are you streaming this live to
YouTube.
YouTube? Oh, great.
Scrabble Event TV. That is, you see it there. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one I can see. It's all lights and camera. Currently this is streaming live to Scrabble event TV on YouTube, or you might want to grab your phone. You cannot have active live makes all wow, awesome. It was Scrabble. Okay, then.
If one you will
No, then I go select Dynamite. Dynamite. What are you bringing?
No.
Just see
I'm hungry. I'm hungry. You after 2, I never eat money.
Me, my
How
mama
how
asked me to chop breakfast this morning. As I dey come in chook, in package bread, chook am for my bag. Say I must carry. I swear now, wetin I don chop. No.
This after 2, I've not eaten. It's telling on me. And nobody to get up, leave, say I want to go eat. When find person man say, now me go buy food. Now they go buy something for me.
Everybody ready now.
They play.
Play.
We Paul self they play.
Paul, you know Paul dey play. Because I see him name for waiting for this thing when I dey enter results.
These guys already do commentary. All of them, they all, I don't know. They all run come out. I don't know what happened.
I'm here. I told you what happened now. I'm ready now.
Are you here?
Sorry. I'm here. I told you what happened. I'm ready now, please. Sorry about that.
What are you to play? Look at the rap now. It's written there. 1 is player 1, 2. Baba, I don't say. That one, the right arrow 1, that is player 1. The arrow 2 is player 2.
Yeah, I know.
What? It's live.
It's just like
We switch the camera. Come now. We switch
but
the
I can
camera to the 4. So now, once I start, I'm switching. It's live. The thing is live. You said? Which one will shift first, sir? This clock.
Me,
Where your hand?
chop breakfast this morning. As I dey come in chook, in package bread, chook am for my bag.
If you see it,
Are we okay like that, sir? Okay. You can rock your board now. Pass fan.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Hello? Can you hear me?
I said, let's go on, let's go on, let's go on.
Okay, but I'm not seeing them yet.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll switch it to that for you shortly. Let me fix David and Uncle is playing. Just hold on, let me switch this thing. Give me 3 minutes, sir. Hey, sorry. Just give me 3 minutes before you start. Three is much, but it cannot be up to. Just switch it the name. This is round 6. David. You're supposed to play 6, table 6, right? Okay. Few minutes. Should be done. That's fine. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm still here.
Okay. So on the other game, on the previous one you just commented now, before we start this one, see the use of the Quaco there is to help you. So don't say you don't know or you don't know. Just use
Yeah.
Quaco to check. Use Quaco to check and feel like you know what you're doing. You
Okay.
understand? So don't say you don't know or this. Then the other lady should not be asking you what Quaco said. You should not be asking you what Quaco said. Everything is there. So that it will be
Okay.
really mature than what you guys did. Kudos, you guys tried.
Is
All
that
right,
right?
almost. Round 6. Okay. Yeah, I'm going live now. 003. Let's go.
Please check if it's. I don't think it's on live on YouTube.
So let's go. Everything is live.
I will.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It's still the Emmanuel Egbele annual Scrabble tournament, the 5th edition, happening at Eco Hotels and Suites. This is round 6, and on stream now we have Mr. Esondokun facing off against Oji David. The game has started already, and Mr. Esondokun started with a play of Calypso from his rack of Poclasy. So it's Oji David's turn to move. On David's rack, we can see WHAURCE. So there is a choice of WUS to score just 7, keeping AECHR. Hoping that he can go into the bag and fetch tiles that would actually help him play bingo. There's also another option of WHA for 22 points. Keeping AUCR as well, which is not a bad leave.
Yeah, I could still see Hugh for him, but he played one instead for 22 points.
So I think it's going to be a back-to-back play of bingo by Mr. Esodokun.
Okay.
All right, CEEFURN, Oji David to move. All right, so there's a choice of fencer for David to the R from Rattlers that Mr. Esodokun played.
Point, I guess. Hello? And there's also FUR for
Yes.
26. And I think I will go for Fencer for 45 points, keeping RU.
Yes, and I think that's what David is doing as well. As we can see, he has committed that play of fencer for 45 points, keeping UR. All right, so there is the X, there's the Z, there's the L, OEG.
Are we okay like that, sir? Okay. You can rock your body. Pass one.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, there's a play of OX. OX scores 52, and Oji David has drawn the first blank of the game. There is TIURAW and the blank for David.
I can see says for 38 for Mr. Esson Dokon.
All right, David just made a play of tweets, which is Kwaku's top move, for 27 points. So there's a score of ZEE right under WHA for Mr. Sondoku, and he scores 45 points, keeping UGLV.
Which is not a bad rack as well. But I don't think he's going for the Z. He went for VEG instead.
All right, so instead of Z, he played G's, and G's scored 36 points. There's a bingo on David's rack, and I think he has spotted the bingo. You, Gary, and he's playing through the he's playing from the Z, from the triple word, and from the G's rather. So from the triple letters square is playing Ugari, and we can see that he's using the first blank to make that play as well. All right, so pass fine. There was actually a play of Quichia through the CH for 102 points. Very, very hard find if you ask me. But David has taken a play of Ugari. So that's a miss though, Quichia. It's a miss. on David's part. But then again, it's really not easy to see considering the fact that he has a lot of vowels on his rack. There's a blank and it's in 9 letters, so it's not an easy find. All right, Mr. Esondoku to move, and we can see now after David's play of Ugari, he has gone to draw the second blank as well. So Mr. Doku Eso made a move of PUB, taking out the triple word score. All right, AIJTOE blank. So there's Jota or Jato for 45 points for Oji David, keeping AI blank. Wonderful leave while he's also taking a score. Things are actually flowing for Oji David. All right, so he committed a play of JOE instead for 39 points, keeping AIT blank. There's actually quite a number of reasons why he might have done that, considering that Joe takes a front hook of S and the board is still quite open. And he also has the second blank, so he's giving himself, a lot of chances to be able to bingo and take his lead in the game. And that's not bad if you ask me. Although I can't quite see Mr. Dokun Eson's rack. I can't see his rack right now. But it looks like he's making a play of Jingal. All right, Jingle was his play. David has AAINST. All right, so there's a ×9 for David here. There's Platina for 122 Platinas. There's also Alations for 122. And it may seem as though David has spotted Alations and he wastes no time in taking the move as well. He really doesn't even want to waste his time on thinking about it too much. Once you've seen your move, there's really no need for you to overthink it. Just play, take your score, take your lead, and yes, go into the bag. So I still can't see Mr. Duquesto's rack, so we don't know what he has and what he might want to do.
Okay.
All right, so I wait for Mr. Eson's rack to come back on the screen. Let's take a look at the plays so far from Calypso to Rattlers. It's a back-to-back bingo. And David taking Fencer for about 45 points. Then OX again. So on 3 turns, Mr. Adokweso has gathered quite a number of points. But Oji David just played it a ×9 Alations. And yes, he has actually come back into the game. Despite the fact that his opponents, played 2 bingos and then scored about 52 points with OX. So it's quite remarkable. This game can still go either way. It's anybody's game at this point. Okay, so I think a play of Morn has been committed, MRN, that's connecting to the E from Ugary. And MRN scores 34 points. So Oji Davis Rackers, GHITUD. Okay, RIGHTUD. So there is a play of UGH for keeping IDRT. UGH scores 32. There's also GHI for 32 as well, keeping UDRT. And they can also decide to play through the CHA and play grudged for 30 points, keeping IH. So he has committed a play of GHI for 32, keeping UDRT. All right, we can see quits coming down. All right, so quit scores 32 points. Like I said, this game is still anyone's game. You can tilt either way. This should be 358 to 360. All right, FRUDDTR. One vowel on his rack, it can shed, just 2 or 3. If he plays RUDD for 21 points, keeping FRT, it actually balances the rack to an extent. R and T are flexible tiles, they are bingo prone tiles. And the rack, I wouldn't say the rack is totally bored, it's totally blocked rather. There's still, space and one or two things can still be done. But it seems like David wants to make a play of DUD rather instead. And I think he has committed it, so there's DUD. So DUD keeps FRRT. And then Mr. Dokuenso immediately goes in to play VIV. Okay, VIVO. Yes, VIVO. All right. All right, so David has drawn OOI to his former rack leave of FRRT. There's a score of 27, keeping IORT for throw. There's also 4 in that same position for 27 points as well. Then there's 4 hits for 30 points if he wants to shed, a lot of tiles and take a score of 30 points, which is 3 points more than FRO and FOR. All right, FOR is the move from Oji David, scoring 27 points. So we can see Mr. Dokueso's rack now. KADNYEI. So there's 40 points. Kylie, through the L from Calypso, Kylie scores 40 points, keeping ADN. There's a score of Yak, 32 points. EIDN is going to be the rack lead, or Chiki, 36. AIDN. So he has quite a number of options, and he's still going to take a good score and still have a good rack lead. So we're waiting for him to just make a decision, because at this point, because the game is still very close, it can still tilt either way.
For him, I could still see for him. YIRK for 32 points, which is also good. And but I think the best for me, the best play should be Kylie for 40 points. What do you think?
Yes, I think Kylie is the highest, although I might decide to play Cheeky instead, keeping AIDN, you know.
Why?
I don't know, I just really like the leave. I just really like the leave.
Okay.
Yes, it's just a personal preference.
Okay. But I think at this point in the game, it's just for me, it's just about taking the highest score.
Yes, yes, yes.
Now,
Considering the fact that it's very close.
yes.
Okay, so I think he actually arranged EIK, but you're taking it off the board.
Okay.
It's very possible that he's not seeing those moves right now.
And David's rack looks promising. I don't know if there's anything in it. I think is
That's a rack of AEILORT.
yes.
Yes, it would need a float to actually bingo. And the
Okay.
board is actually quite conditioned, you know.
Yes, it's well conditioned.
Yes, it's quite conditioned.
That's
So I
one thing
think,
about Tyson Dokun. Once he takes the lead, the next thing is just to he conditions the board very well. But we still have under CHE.
yes, he has taken that spot out. He played EIK. So now
Oh,
that spot is
okay.
gone. He has really conditioned it. So even if a bingo is going to enter, it has to go through the N, and like you have to play under the WOK.
Yeah.
So he has conditioned that place as well. I think a lot of players in Nigeria play defensively, especially when they are leading.
Yeah, I think this is the right thing to do because you wouldn't want your opponent to come from behind to steal your will I say already won game or
Yes, you would not want that.
so you wouldn't want your opponent to do that. So I think it's the best thing to do.
David is actually contemplating as to whether or not he should make a move of LOP. He has taken it off the board though. What do you think David should do at this point in the game?
Just for me, it should be to play out like playing Lorette to that. Okay, no, that will open times 9 lane. No, just to play out because trying to balance your hand at this point, I don't think it's necessary. Um, for me, I will go for LOP, lob. Play legs, LEX, OR, and LOP for 17 points. At least leaving AEIRT. It's not a bad rack. Well, I
Yes,
think
it's
he
not.
has considered
Yes, I
gone
think he
for
played
Stella
taller.
instead.
That's
Okay,
20
Tola.
points. Yes, 20
Yeah.
points. All right, DIMABNY. So there's MY for 32 points. Playing MY or opens, it no longer conditions the board, and now a bingo can enter under the MY. Now there's another option of BY. BY actually stays inside the board, connecting blot and yeks,
Yeah.
scoring 26. So do you actually think that it should play BY or MY?
MY. I think MY will be better.
But do you think he should be opening the ball, considering the fact that the game is actually a very close game?
Just taking your score. MY will give him
32.
32 points.
And BY scores 26, which is 6 points less.
Yeah, I should go with MY.
Okay, so he decided to play BI instead. BI scores 18.
Okay. That's a good move as well. One thing interesting about this game is whoever plays leads.
Yes, that's it. It's such a very
That's
it's a very very close game.
Yeah, it is about taking your scores at this point and playing defensively at the same time. Because you wouldn't want to score 20, then you give room for your opponent to score 40 something.
Yes, I mean now it's the end game, you know.
Yeah.
On the one hand, David has IISNE, just 1 point styles. On the other hand, Mr. Dokweso has DYNESOM.
Okay.
Now the game is very close, and the heavy tiles on his rack, he has to share the finish, while David has to plan a 1 or 2 move finish. All right, so I think they are reconciling scores. I mean, at this point, the tension is very high, and you want to be sure that you've not miscalculated in one place and then
Yeah.
end up losing the game by 1 or 2 just because of a miscalculation.
Losing the game. Let's.
All right, so while they are reconciling, what do you think of their play so far, both players?
They've been doing well. I don't see much error if there's any. I think they've played well, except for David when he had ×4 for Quinta. It's the word he knows. I know that he knows the word. But if he had taken time, like a minute or two, to
Yes.
look through his rack and the board, I think he would have spotted it.
Yes,
But
and playing Quitria would have been better. Would have been a lot better, actually.
it's 100 plus instead of carry and all that. But I think so far they've been doing well.
Yes, I
Given
think
the
they have
like
been doing well too.
Sam Dokun, a master player, a veteran master player. Uh, um, they've been doing well so far.
All right, so David to move, he has 7 minutes, 30 seconds, and that's a lot of time. It's a lot
Yes.
of time for him to actually think, analyze, track, do the needful.
Yes.
David is probably thinking of how to plan a 2-move finish, because I'm not so sure he can finish in 1 move. I mean,
No.
IIENS. Yes. So planning a 2-move finish would be perfect. But then he
Yeah.
has to take a score he
Yeah,
has a lot going through his mind because he has to take his score. He has to make sure that with the tiles his opponent has, it doesn't take as much. It doesn't take a lot of scores so that it doesn't take the lead in the game.
yeah, but I
He's
think
probably thinking of a lot right now.
the game is going to David. It's going his way, in my own perspective, because okay, let's say he plays Bine, okay, with the B at the triple word lane. Let's say he played Bine there.
Yes, that scores 18.
18.
Yes.
So he'll still take the lead. So it's left for Mr. Dokun. Is there anywhere in the board where he can score 60 or 50 points? I doubt.
Now, looking at the board, right under Fencer, there's this move he can make. He can play many.
Yeah, he can play many, but
Now,
that would
many scores 37. And if David scores 18, he increases the lead. Because currently, if the scores are correct, this is 421 to 449. Okay, so this is Dynamo as well.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Mr. Adokoeso is to move. I honestly thought David was to move because of the timer.
Yes, same
I
here.
thought David was to move because of the timer. Now, Dynamo is 41 points, keeping just S.
Oh,
now, if the scores are correct, this is 421 to 449. If he scores 41, it takes him to 462.
Oh, really? I thought David was to move.
Yes, I actually thought David was to move. If David was to move, then there's a very high probability of him winning the game. But now,
I doubt.
Yes, I doubt it as well. I think he
the
wants to
player
play
of
men
Dynamo
instead.
has not been committed. Okay. One thing in this game is whoever finishes first wins. That's what I
Wins,
think.
yes.
Whoever finishes first wins. And the look of things, I think Mr. Dokun will finish first.
Okay, so David plays sign 25.
Oh.
Takes it off the board again. At this point, I really think David doesn't want to make any mistake because as far as I can see here, I'm not so sure there's a lot that he can do.
Yeah, there's no much he can do.
I don't think there's a lot that he can do. Okay, so I think the timers are switched and David is on 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I think that's where the issue is. The timers are switched.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so he commits NIES 25 points.
Mr. Dokun will definitely finish.
Of course, he would.
It was a tight game indeed.
So he does DOS, right? That's 20 points. Takes 2 from David. And if the scores are correct, final scores 484 to David's 474. Very, very close game.
Yeah, it was a close then.
Yes, it was. It was. Although I really have to commend David, two bingos back to back and then another score of 50. He had to play a bingo himself and a times 9 to come back and fight for the game. In as much as he lost with 10 points, I don't think it should be feeling too bad because he actually played quite well.
Yeah, right now he will not be feeling too bad, believe me. But after the game, by the time he must have gone through his moves, like check what he had when he played the Ugari, he will
Yes, the
really feel
Quichia.
bad. Yes, the preacher would have given him the game because preacher is 100 plus times 4. I think that would have given him the game.
Yes, I think he will probably analyze the game. People will come and say, you still see this move, Quichia and everything, and it will be very, very, it feel very bad actually. But then again, let's really not, let's really give it to these players. Playing on stream is a whole different tension on zone.
Yeah, that's true. I've never won any game on stream before.
Wow, wow, wow.
Yes, I always feel this. I don't know. I don't know, scared or what. I don't know
It's
because
just
I don't want to play
yeah,
badly. I don't want to talk.
yes,
Yes, I don't want to be criticized and all that. So I don't know.
yes. It really
It's
does
not
something to the players.
really nice
It's
to
just
be too careful when making your move. Sometimes anything that comes to your mind at that moment, even if you have like 3 or 4 words in your rack, that first move that comes to your mind sometimes it usually pays off.
yes.
You
It
know,
it does. It
instead of
does.
trying to let me go this way. I don't want them to say, she should have done this and all that. But
Yes,
really,
it's just that
well,
fear of criticism that causes a lot of nervousness and jittery.
yes.
I think they are still analyzing the game.
Hmm. So that's a bit of the game. After each game, you talk about it. You know the things you did wrong, and
Yes,
make the same mistake again. Your next game is
that's
nice,
very
and as much
true.
as it not allow you to, engulf you at that moment. Because if you allow it to engulf you, that means it will affect the rest of your games.
Yes, yes, that's really the thing. When you lose a game, you just analyze the game, see what you could have done better, and just shake it off because you do not want your demeanor to follow you to the next game because there's a probability that you would actually lose the game if you're feeling low in spirits.
Yes. Well, give it to the two players. They did well.
Yes, they did
Uh,
very well. It was an interesting and exciting game to watch.
really. Though I missed some parts because I had some issues with network and all that, but you can see Calypso. Talk about Calypso. I think there's another word in Calypso.
Yes, cosplay,
Yeah, cosplay.
cosplay.
But that would have been better if you ask me. Cosplay would have been beta for me. Would have been my first choice.
Okay, so that's what you would have played.
Yes, cosplay.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's nice.
It was a really exciting game to watch. Very exciting. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. We'll be right back after this break for round 7.
Yes. Don't go anywhere.
Master Jai Shegun facing up against Tachi Charles. From his rack of KELTYPI, he made a move of Kelty and Kelty scores 34 points. We can see AVIANAO and Kwaku's top move is Valonia or Novalia, keeping just A for 20 points. So I think he's making a move of Novalia, and Novalia scores 20 points, keeping just A. Brilliant move and brilliant eyesight from him. So we can see a bingo of phonies on Master Shegun Durojai's rack, and I think we should be saying that's come down. So through the O, there is a bingo of isophone for 102 points. It's a ×4. His original bingo phonies would not be landing on the board, but it can play isophone for 102 points, and it can also play a phonies through the A of Novalia for 65 points. All right, I think he couldn't spot the move of isophone. That's a miss. So he's taking his another play of a phonies, and that's 65 points. All right, so the first blank of the game has been drawn, and we can see AVEEEO, quite a number of vowels that Mr. Tachi Charles has. Although he can share the vowels, if he decides to play Kiev for 24 points, he's going to have AO blank left, or Vene keeping EO blank, or Ivovae keeping E blank. He's actually taking his time on this move because he really has to try and balance the rack.
Yeah, it's worth taking because his rack is.
So after his bingo,
Not encouraging at all. The waifu. Sorry? If he plays a waifu, he will have a AEN, rack leave of AEN, which is not a bad leave.
all right, so we see Kiev come down, and Kiev scores 24. All right, I think there was a challenge. All right, so there was a challenge, and Kiev is a valid word, so he gets additional points for the play. All right, we have WUINEAF, and we see 4 come down. 4 scores 30 points, keeping EIUN. All right, so after his play of Eve, there is the J, the O, the T, and then COA for Mr. Tachi. So there's a score of Joko. Joko scores 47. There's Jota and Jato. Personally, I prefer Joko because it's a very obvious move, and it keeps 80 blank. It's a good leave, and the board is still quite open. You can also decide to play Jot. Jot scores 39, keeping AOC. All right, he has committed the play of Jot. Jot for 39 points, keeping OCA blank. All right, I think we're going to see a play of Ibex for 66 points. Wow, that's quite a number of points there. 66 points. Ibex keeping UNT. He wastes no time playing it because, he really has to start taking his scores and start taking a very solid lead in the game. So Ibex 66 points committed already. So from his leave of OCA blank, Mr. Tachi drew B, U, and G. Not the rack, not the tiles he was hoping for. So there's an option of BOG for 28, GOB for 27. That's keeping AUC blank. There's also a play of Guanaco through the AN from 4 and Novalia, keeping B blank. I really wonder what he's going to do because he has been holding this blank for about 2 turns and his opponent is already taking a strong lead in the game. And it may seem as though Mr. Shegun has another bingo arranged on his rack. All right, so I think he's taking GOB for 27 points. All right, so pre-unite is Kwaku's stop move through the E of keys, and underlining HI and JOB from his former play of Ibex. There's Paincho through the A of Novalia for 74. There's Repunit for 74. There's Unripest through the S of Aphonis as well for 62. So he has quite a number of options, and I think he's going for Unripest, which is 62 points. I don't think he was able to spot Pre-Unite or Pencho. Maybe he wasn't even thinking to play to any of those slots. Anyways, 62 points on Ripest committed already. All right, CRALDU and a blank on Mr. Tachi's rack. Still no bingo dropping yet, although he can score 29 points, he can score 29 points, keeping ALR blank. It must really be frustrating to hold on to the blank for a long time now, almost 4 turns, and he has still not played a bingo with the blank. I guess that's what Scrabble does, The bag promises you nothing, and Scrabble is a game of luck and probabilities. Because I can imagine having the blank and your opponent has played 2 bingos and he has taken a score of 66. So the lead is actually quite much at this point. So he really needs to get back into the game. He's taking his time on this move to see what he can do. I can only imagine what he's thinking, or what can I do if I play this, how does it help? Where can I bingo? What are the open spaces on this board? A lot of things going through his mind right now. Still thinking very, very much. Although I genuinely feel like CUD would have been an automatic move for me because, I don't think there's a
Yeah.
need to be overthinking right now.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
See,
there's actually a need to overthink. If your opponent is leading with 157 points, there's a need to overthink. He has spent about 2 minutes plus thinking on this particular move. Wow.
but it's worth thinking, don't you think?
I think it really is worth thinking. Your opponent is leading with 157, and you're really hoping that it doesn't come back with another bingo to extend the lead even further.
Yes. And I think the CUD is his best
Yes,
move.
CUD. I think he has committed that already. CUD. That scores 29 points, taking him to 149. FNSSOMN. Kwaku's top move is Noms for 33. And that's what he plays immediately. He doesn't even waste any time on the move.
Yeah, because he already used Mr. Thatcher's time to think through his rack.
Yes, so yes.
Yeah.
All right, so finally Mr. Tachi has drawn nice tiles and is playing to the Y. So this should be ribaldry for 86. There's also drearily for 86 as well, but he's going for ribaldry. And yes, so he has finally dropped the blank. All right, FBULEHH. Sorry, FNSULEH. All right, so there's flush 35. I really don't think you would want to use the S, but then again, scoring and then taking his lead even further might be a game plan for him right now. Yes.
Yeah, it's still in the lead, given that the second blank is
still out. Yes.
Yes. So you want
Although
to
there's
play
another
more
option.
Okay.
There's another option of PUH for him. That scores 24. That's about 11 points less than flush. But he gets to keep his S. The problem with that is he has 3 extra consonants alongside the S and just 1 vowel. If he goes to the back to draw 2 more consonants, it's really not a good move.
Yeah. But I think the PUH is the best option for me. But flush is also okay because it will give him room to go to the back to look for the remaining blank. Instead, he went for
Yes, okay, so he has gone for fair instead. So fair scores 22, keeping ULNS. So C, I'm not so sure if this is C or O. Okay, so OLIAMSI on his rack. So OI scores 16. Okay, so it's not O, it's C. So CLIAMIS. All right, so MIC, PIC, CAMI, Kami. Kami scores 26. Keeping ILS. MI scores 18, keeping AICLS. Although I think I'll go with Kami. ILS is a very good rack leave. So he's taking his time as usual to think on this. So I think the scores should be 290 to 235. Okay, plus 22. That should be 312 to 235. Is still the lead is still much, not so much actually, considering the fact that the second blank is still out. But then the bond is quite conditioned. I'm not so sure. It's extremely open for a bingo to land right now. So it goes for
That's why
PIC.
yeah, he's trying to open the board for himself because he's trailing at the moment.
Yes, and the
Yeah.
second blank has not been seen yet. PIC
Yes.
scores 21. All right, so Mr. Shegmudiroja immediately goes there to play Klong. He doesn't want to give any floats for his option and for his opponent rather. He wants to condition the board as well as he can.
Which is the right thing to do.
Yes, it is. I mean, you're leading. You want to keep your lead, take your win and go on to the next round. So, although on Mr. Charles' rack, he has MALTIES, he really cannot do anything other than just take a score. And I think he's doing meals. Yes, because there's no bingo and there are no floats because the board is actually conditioned. So he's doing meals and speak. I'm not sure that speak is valid. It has been played anyway. All right. So OTOOSQR blank still second black is still inside the bag.
And the speak is still there?
Yes, it is, and he has drawn tiles already. So I think so. All right, OTOOSQR and Kwaku's top choice is exchanging OOQ.
Yeah. But exchanging
Would
at
you?
this point.
Yes, I was about to ask you if you were if you were in the situation, if you would actually exchange or you do something different.
I think I don't know, but I think yes, I would do something different. I would just
Okay, so what would you have done in this situation?
given
Or
that
what
I
would you
have
do in this situation? Yes.
given that I have a S in my hand, that Q is not that bad after all.
Hmm.
Yeah. All I need is just to draw one eye. It will even help me to constrain the ball, like play QIS at that cube.
Yes. Yes.
So I will just maybe try to play out more O's. But let's see what their master. Let's see what they have to
So
do.
he played CO right next to Mills, and CO scores 13. Would you think that's a very good play? Do you think it's a very good play?
Mm, no, because of the OAR there.
And he's still keeping the Q.
Yeah. That Q might be a lifesaver, you know.
It's very possible.
Yes.
Still no second blank.
Unseen. Okay.
And I can see his rack. Okay, so I think he's playing RO. Still keeping the Q. You know, sometimes it's really not good to be in a haste to dispose these styles. Especially because
Yeah.
the game is approaching the end game. And like you said, the cube could actually be a potential lifesaver.
Yes, it could come in handy. Like just playing QIS at that cube alone will, I think, will seal the board.
So still no second blank. RT ATRUZ. So there's a score of ZA for 44. Connecting the Z to the E of from Kiev. But I think he's doing something different. Oh, he played Rifts, keeping AURTZ.
Really?
What do you think is the thoughts behind this play?
I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Really?
Wow. Maybe he's banking on the second blank, you know. But then sometimes in situations like this, a lot of players would assume that their opponent already has the blank and then they play, you know, with that assumption.
Yeah, that's why they say sometimes play to your rack. Just play to your rack. Don't think about what your opponent has and what he doesn't have. But if
So
he
Mr.
had played
Shegun as
at that key, he probably would have taken the lead. Don't you think? Given that Mr. Durojai score is 351 and
yes,
Tachi's 330.
yes. And he just drew the second blank.
Yes.
Yes.
The game is
So
becoming quite interesting.
DSQEAAA on Mr. Shegun's rack.
Yeah.
Not so sure there's a way you can drop the Q right now. Now Kwaku is saying days DAES keeping AAQ. Personally, I would not even want to do that. The second blank is still out. The Z is still out. There's another E outside. You know, a lot of tiles, and these tiles are actually bingo prone tiles. So you'd not even want to come outside like that. There's another option of AAS. I still don't think I would want to do that as well. And there's ASEA for 23 points, keeping DAQ. All these moves are actually opening the board. I think he would want to play defensively and try and take a move inside the board. But I don't
Like
think.
drift, AD,
Yes,
drift.
AD drifts for 20. Yes, something like that. Take a little score and still stay inside, because drift and AD is really not bad. It just costs 3 points less than the other plays, like days and Ase. So it's really not bad playing AD to score 20 points.
Tashi, I can see he has a Azurites.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Did you even notice that since we've been streaming today, this is the first game they didn't start with a bingo.
Yes, it is. That is true. I did not notice that.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah, the
The
first
other,
one,
yes,
the bingo, the second one, the same, the third one, the same.
that's actually very true. This is the first one that they start with a bingo.
Yes.
All right, so I still Mr. Segun Dorojaye to move, and he's really he really doesn't want to make any mistakes at this point, because a little mistake can cost him the game.
Of course.
Yes, the blank is outside. In as much as his opponent has drawn it, he might still be thinking that it's in the bag, and it could also be thinking that his opponent has drawn it as well.
And you too,
So,
you'll be hoping to draw the last two.
yes, which his opponent has already.
Yes.
Also, considering that it's the end game, I really don't think he wants to be left with the Q on his rack. Because that's going to be an additional 20 points for his opponent.
Yes. Okay.
All right, so still thinking.
Do you think he'll be like regretting not changing when he had those series of O's and Q?
It is possible, but then he might not want to lose a turn. But then the funny thing about Scrabble is, if he had changed, then there's a probability that I would have drawn the blank, but he probably did not know or doesn't know that the blank was still in the bag. Okay, so he played AA, and that's just 8 points.
Okay.
So the triple Kwaku's top move is still QA for 44. And 44 points is quite a lot.
ZA for 44 for Mr. Tashi, you mean?
Yes.
Are you seeing Mr. Durojayi, his rack? Because I can't see his rack from my end.
I can't see his rack as well. I think he used his hand is covering the rack. Okay, now we can see it is DSQEAIY.
Okay, at least he has an I.
Yes, Cadiz.
Yeah, kids.
Yes.
Whatever it is, as long as you will remove that Q.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, Mr. Tache has played ZA for 44 points.
Okay, so Mr. Tachi has taken the lead. And he still has the blank. And there's actually a chance that he might actually bingo on his next turn.
Okay,
I think,
from under the key.
yes, if he plays Cardiff or Kate, something like uterine. Okay, I think they're having a score reconciliation.
Okay.
The game is very close, and it can still tilt either way.
I think this one is one of those games where the person who finishes first wins.
Something
I
like
think
that.
so. Yeah.
And I think there's just one tile left in the bag.
Yes, which is probably G.
No, the G has been played. Okay, G.
Okay.
Yes, that's probably the last tile.
Okay. I can't see Mr. Durojai's rack.
Yes, he has AEYIDQS.
Okay.
If Mr. Durojai doesn't play Cadiz, do you think there's anywhere else on the board that Bingo can land? Because if not, he can actually decide to play QIS instead.
I know why bingo can land on this board except through the key.
Yes. It drops just the Y for 35.
Oh, just the Y for 35.
Just the Y. That's
Let's see if
that's
Mr. Tafi could bingo, if he could bingo.
if you ask me, I think that's actually a very tactical play, because if his opponent doesn't bingo out, he has no choice but to play. Now, if he plays and it's not a bingo, then there's no way he can actually lose the game. That's Mr. Durojai. And it's leading with 20 and has um the Q with him and the last S. So it's like having, an upper hand in the game.
Upper hand than someone who has a blank.
I mean, the blank would not do much if the board is conditioned the way it is. Because looking at it, there is nowhere for him to play bingo. Mr. Shegun is ahead by 20. If he plays Kwaku stop move for Esther using his blank, he scores 27, which takes him ahead by 7. Mr. Shegun has a play of Cadiz for 30 something, and that's bringing him, ahead again.
Yeah, by 23
Yes.
points.
Yes. So I really do not think um he has the upper hand in this game, even though he has the blank.
Yeah, no matter what Tashi plays, he should just leave at least I on his rack.
If he leaves the play, I can see here that is going to allow him leave letter I on his rack is to win, and that scores 19. Now, scoring 19 doesn't even give him the lead because his opponent is leading with 20 and he's still going to score 30 something points eventually. Is he about to play RUC?
No, leaving that to you, I don't think is okay. Let's see what he has in mind. If he's thinking that Mr. Durujaru will play Cade starting from under the key, like K
Yes.
Q I S there, I don't think it's possible. I think Mr. Durujaru will go to the AA.
Yes, that's where it's going to go. And that's what we're
Yeah.
saying right now.
And he's not going to score as much as he wants with that leaving that U.
Yes. Yes. So I think he plays a Swiss for 20.
That's it.
Yes, and all the same, and that
Zero
should take him.
dependent.
Yes,
Yeah.
20 takes him to 409 plus 6. That's 415. So Mr. Shegun still wins.
Yes.
I think he planned his end game very, very strategically, not playing the Kates first, playing the Ori first. That was 35 points. And then emptying the bag, knowing fully well that the bingo would not land anywhere. And taking another score of 33, that's like 68 in two moves. So that's actually a very good end game strategy from him.
Yeah, that's I think that's a masterly play.
Yes, it is. It is. I mean, it's the
Mm.
elite category. So we should actually be expecting to see tactical plays like this.
Yeah, because I can't leave kids at this time on my rack. Really, that will be the first thing I will remove once I see
Yes,
the eye. But we learn every day.
we do. We do. We really do.
Yeah, that's why it's
And
good
yes,
to
and both players
stay on top
have
of the game.
both players have really shown their word power and skills.
Yes.
All right, we'll be back for round 8 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
Bye.
All right, we're back for round 8. It's still the Emmanuel Egbele annual Scrabble tournament, the 5th edition.
Okay, round 8 is on the way. It's between Master John Ayedon and the first player drew Boinads. Kwaku top move should be beaten for 22 points, leaving AS.
It's Mr. Ben Quickpen's turn to move, and he has spent about 2 minutes thinking of what to do. So I think he's considering DOB. Okay, he has committed the play of DOB. That's Kwaku's second best move, keeping
For 12
AINS.
points. Okay, for 12 points.
All right. Master General has made a play of Pumi for 22. So we can see the first blank on Mr. Quickpen's rack alongside SATINE.
And it should be a sure bingo for him.
Of course, of course. It's one of those racks that when you have it, you just feel very confident that you're
Yes.
going to bingo. Yes. So he has Retina for 90, Tansives for 92, um, Zaytins for 84, Shaitans for 84. He has a lot of options, but Kwaku's top move is Tansives for 92.
For 92, yes.
And I think he has spotted that.
Let's see if he has.
All right, so
In
we're
this
going to
case,
play Tansives, 92 points, top move, beautiful find. All right, Tansives 92 takes him to 104. Master John Ayedun to move with IREOWAE. So WAI, that's Kwaku's top move, and that's what he does immediately. No time to waste.
for 28 points.
So SARINXS is what Mr. Ben has, and he can score 35 points playing sacks or racks, keeping INRS or INSS. So I think he's going for sacks. All right, Sachs 35 points committed already.
While Mr. John is still battling with heavy vowels.
Yes, he is. He can actually share the ball. Kwaku says Abie for 21, keeping ORE, or Arrow for 17, keeping AER. There's also the option of Aini for 23, but that leaves AORR. You don't want to have two repeating
Two
consonants
A's
in
and
your
two
rank.
I's. Yeah.
All right, so Abie,
That's one went for Abia, yes.
21 points. FRONSIC to move Mr. Ben Quickens rap. Kwaku stop move is Ficos for 39, keeping NR, or Fosi for 28, keeping NRS. What do you think it should do at this point?
For me, I will go for 40. I like S a lot. Yeah, I wouldn't want to use my S to score extra 11 points. And that will open the board for my opponents. My opponent could easily play bingo to the ace. That's times 3,
Yes, that's
which will not be funny.
yes, that's very true. That's very true.
So either I go for Frosty or Fico.
While Mr. Jonah Edwin is still battling with vowels. 4
Yeah.
E's, 2 R's, and then 1 O. Considering that he has been playing Kwaku's stop move, it's very funny that he's still struggling with a lot of vowels. That's
Yeah.
the thing about Scrabble. So, Fosi, arranged on the board.
But I don't think it has been committed. Has it?
I don't, it has not.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, it has been committed.
Yes, it has.
Maybe Master John needs to use his left hand to draw the crowds this time. Yeah, that's what we always say when we are picking badly. You like use your left hand to draw the tiles this time.
All right. So I think Master John Ayedun played AINEE on that sax for 17. And then we see another play of HUH. That's for Mr. Quickpen. And that's cost 32.
Mhm.
Still no bingo for Master John. And the lead is increasing progressively. EROLILER Two R's, two E's, OIL. Kwaku is saying ISA for 14. He just has about 14 or 8 to score. It's really not a lot. I want to either score very high or play a bingo at this point, considering that it's down in the game.
Mm.
All right, REP it is.
Okay,
So
wait for
6,
it.
REP for 6. So for Mr. Benkwaku's top move for him is BOYUS, keeping NR, or just boy for 26, right on top of the REP. But I think he has gone with Brussy, not committed yet though. Brussy scores 38, keeping ON. And yes, that's what he does. Brussy keeping ON. So Mr. John has JOULIER. There's a play of JOU to the R from rep for 33, keeping EILR, or JO for 36, keeping EIULR. So what do you think you should do? JO or JOUR?
J-O.
Keeping EIULR.
Yeah, but okay. Okay, yeah. JOUR for me.
That's
At least
33
it's
points.
showing I need to open the board because I
Yes,
know oh, Mr. Quickpen already have the
first blank.
uh, first blank.
Yes, it does.
Is it the first blank or the second blank? I think the first blank has been used
Oh, yes, the
for
second blank rather. He picked
yeah,
both blanks. Yes, that's true. This is the second
fancy.
blanks.
Yes,
And he has the Z as well.
as well. I wonder
So I
what could
think
be
he's
running
playing
through.
Azon for 53, keeping FL blank. He's just increasing his lead in the game.
And
Yes,
Mr. John
Azon,
so,
Azon 53, keeping FL blank. And finally, Mr. John has a bingo.
hmm.
So there's renewals, nailers, aligners for 76, and that is his highest score. So I think he's going for renewals, 76 points.
Imagine playing that and hoping to, get
Draw
closer
the
to your
second blank. Yes,
yeah, and he will immediately reply you with his own bingo.
it's quite funny,
Yeah, yeah, it's be like your own bingo is useless or something.
especially when you are down. So there's just
Mm.
one bingo, which is girl fights from the rack of GTEFLE blank. Girl fights, Gef Gef Ilt rather, GEFILTE for 69.
Mr. John's rack is not encouraging at all.
It's really not.
And I like him whenever you don't know, he always wear this poker face. You will not know when he's drawing badly. It will not show in his countenance. You will just feel that everything is okay with him. Like,
That's actually very true. And I mean, it's not it's really very good because your opponent should not know when you are drawing badly in the game.
yeah.
Yes. Okay, so earlier I think the play was HUN and then that's splitting.
Mm.
Yes. All right, so Master John played HO. For 33. So
I'm forgetting about three nows. Really, really.
limits now. I think on his rack he has PR left, and there's actually a bingo to the E pre-limit for 78. I think he missed
Really.
that.
Yeah, obviously,
Yes.
because like when you see Renell at that point, all your mind is, please let me draw T. I want to draw T to block that spot. And when he drew the T, he didn't take time to look at his rack if there's any possible bingo.
Yes.
Yes, because his mind has been fixated on blocking the three
The
times three lane.
yes, yes. That's probably why.
I don't think Master John is doing anything wrong.
I know it's
Uh,
not.
He just is the tiles.
Yes, he has been playing to his rack.
Yes, it happens. And oh yes, Mr. Quickpen drew the queue as well.
And he's going to be playing Cardi for 34. Keeping PIOR.
Why Mr. John still have a terrible rap play. I'm just wondering what could be running through his mind. He would be like me, maybe inside of me, would be, I've done everything. I've done everything right. So it's not my game to win, kinda.
I think at this point we can't really say he has been playing bad because he has been playing very, very optimally. I think the problem is just the tiles
Yeah,
that he has
that's
been
what I
drawing. Yes,
feel.
yes.
He didn't play badly as well. He only
I
drew
really don't
badly.
think, yes. It's just the
Mm.
draw. The draw has been a bit rough. With this is rack, what can it do? I can see Dotin for 20 points, keeping R and T on his rack. I'm
Yeah,
not sure it
playing.
has a lot of options.
It doesn't. You just need to play out, hoping to draw better tiles.
Yes.
I just think this is one-sided, you know.
Yes, I think the
Oh,
game is one-sided. I think it is. It's just one of those games that as you are fighting, it's looking as if you're not fighting, because you can imagine
yeah,
if Mr. Quickpen actually played his bingo of pre-limits, the lead would be much more than what it currently is.
yes.
Yes, so it's not even that Master John has been playing suboptimally, it's just the tiles. So I think it did dots.
Can you see how
And
many
that's
tiles left in the bag?
we should have 9 tiles left in the bag.
Okay.
So there's actually a score of 32 points for Mr. Quickbed, Lee, playing to the end from Charnel and from Renils. Lee scores 32. There's also Yold for 27. I'm pretty sure he must be thinking to play to that side, just to take out the bingo lane.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking of how to portray the REN. Because but not knowing that the opponent doesn't have anything.
Yes, but
Mm.
uh he really doesn't want any surprises. So I think he has to do what he has to do at this point
Mm.
to avoid any surprises from his opponent.
I think this is a done deal for him
It should be.
because Master John needs two bingos. Like if he plays 30, 30, Master John will need two bingos to, topple him, which I don't think is
And
possible.
it's the game is approaching the end game.
Yes, we have fewer tiles left in the bag, so
He's really taking his time on this move.
Yeah, I think it's tracking at the same time. Like you said, he doesn't want any surprises.
Yes.
Cumulative matters. So I think he doesn't want Mr. John to reduce the cumulative.
That's true.
Mm.
All right, so he has made a move on Loy, and that's 15 points. Master John has
Instead of 30. Mm.
GRAVITC on Master John's rack, and it's his turn to move. This is what we're saying about, you struggling with tiles and your opponent having it easy, because on Mr. Quickpen's rack, we can actually see that he has a bingo on his rack.
Yeah.
And so on the one hand, a player is actually having nice flow, and on the other hand, another player is struggling with tiles.
Mm.
The dynamics in Scrabble is very, very, can be very funny at times.
Yeah. To just make you feel as if everything is working against you at that moment. Everything. Like,
So I think he's considering playing Gear for 30, for 28.
he's taking his course, but leaving VCT is that two tiles.
Well, yes, but like I'm not sure there's a lot he can do at this moment. Kwaku's best move is Vacatur, um, but I think that's a hard find because he plays through the A from Caddy and through the U from Jaws.
Mm.
All right, so I think he has done that. 28 points for him. Of course, the board is conditioned in such a way that it's really difficult for a bingo to land, so his bingo would not be landing.
Mm. And you'll be like, why did I block that spot? Why? If I had
Mm,
known I would draw this one.
I'm not so sure he's going to be having too much regrets because he's leading the game. If he was trailing, then maybe he would wish the spot was open. But since he's leading, there's really no need for him to beat himself up.
Yeah, I think so too. But winning again with 300 plus cumulative could be energizing.
Yes, but then again, it's really not that easy. Considering that
It's
you're
not
playing against a master
uh
player
limited
like
player.
yourself.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm.
So I think he played 21, 22 rather, 22 points. So Master John has VCKNNT and E being the olive oil on his rack. So he
There's
just
no
played
way he could.
ICK for 18.
Okay.
And there's PI for Mr. Quickpen, and that scores 22 points. So I think it's safe to say that, of course, Mr. Quickpen has won this round. It was a wonderful game
Yeah.
to watch.
In our
It
local,
really was a wonderful game
in
to
our
watch.
local ways, yeah, in our local ways, they will say church has closed. Saints.
Exactly, your
I
church was closed.
think it's right to say that now. Church has closed saints. But it was a nice game. Yeah, Master John did his best. It was just
Yes,
his
it
rack.
did. The tiles were not coming.
I don't think anyone could have done anything better.
So I think he's considering playing Benin, 8 points, getting rid of 4 tiles, keeping just one on his rack.
Yeah.
I think that's a play of TE, keeping the V, N, and N for 19. And Mr. Quickpen plays out OWT for 8 points. All right, so it's a win for Mr. Quickpen. Although we have
A
to
good
admit
win.
that Master John also played very well in this game. In as much as the tiles were not coming, it was making the right moves. But Scrabble just has a way of doing its own thing. So congratulations to Ben Quickpen for winning this game. We'll be back with round 9 shortly. All right, welcome back. It's round 9. Egbele Emmanuel annual Scrabble tournament, Quinta Essentia, happening at Eco Hotels and Suites, Victoria Island, Lagos, Nigeria. And now on stream, we're going to be having the challengers category, and it is Aliu Abdul Kudus facing Sufia and Boluwatife. And I must say, it's a game I look forward to watching because these two represented Team Nigeria at the World Youth Scrabble Championship last year, and they performed so well, you know. And it's really nice to see them again, playing. So yes, I'm really looking forward to see them play. All right, so Sofian is starting, and on his rack he has Nerolle. So he has a bingo of Releno for 66. I wonder if he's going to spot, the bingo. Releno 66 points. Otherwise, he has a play of Enroll for 14, keeping E. But it's going to be very wonderful and nice for him to spot Releno on stream. I think he's trying to rack to see if there's anything there. Okay, he's playing Enroll instead. So Enroll for 12, keeping EL. Missed Releno. So EENORUV on Kudus's rack. So Kwaku's top move is unroll through the R from enroll for 19, keeping ER, or louver for 18, keeping EN, or overrun or run over, keeping E for 20 points. So I don't see him racking. It's just probably trying to think of it in his head. So Kudus has made a play of run over, scoring 20 points, keeping E. AMELTIE on Sufyan's rack. Another bingo for him. So to the end, he has line mates. Line mates for 74 on Melanite for 72. And then material through the R for 66 points. Line
Let's see if
mates.
he spots anyone then.
Yes. Sufyan is actually a very brilliant player, so I would not be surprised if he spots any of the three bingos.
Abdul Kudus, you mean? Yeah, I said Maryland
All
for
right.
72
Melanite
points.
spotted 72 points. Wonderful find.
Yeah.
So Kudus has EGINTTY. He has an option of YOTE. He has an option of YOTE keeping IGNT or YET keeping IGNT, scoring 22 points. Okay, I think there's a challenge for the play of Melanites.
Maryland, yeah. I think so too.
All right, so that's extra 10 points for Sufyan.
Okay. Sorry, from my end, that should be for Abdul Kulus.
All right, GINETTY.
Yeah, the top should be looking at YOTE under the AIT of the Melanites and the O of the runover for 25 points, leaving a GINT, which is not bad.
So he did Totin instead. Oh, Toyin rather. So Toyin instead. Toyin 22 points, keeping ET. Good leave. CAEINJG, and we can see Sufyan playing Jog. Jog scores 39 points. Keeping CAEIN. The lead is still anyone's game.
Yeah. Get me just starting.
Okay, Kudus has drawn the first blank of the game. So there's a bingo of Core State for 82 or E Costate for 80. There's also cottagey, cottages, cottager, cottaged, cottenants, there's coat end, co-attend. English is hard. Co-attend. Co-attend. Anyways, co-attend 68 points. Costate. So it's really taking his time. I expect him to, at least spot one of these. Hidden gem.
Okay, that's a co-tenant. Like what we always say, my fellow tenant.
Yes, co-tenant. And then there's also co-attend.
Yes, okay. And co-attend, yes. Has varieties of options there. Odeta, Caveto, Coyote. Let's see if you'll be able to spot any of these bingos.
I can see that it is actually 2 E's and not a C. The rack is not really clear on this end, but it's actually AEETOT.
Is it not a C?
Yes, it's not a C, it's 2 E's.
Oh,
and then there's a
really?
bingo of out eating to the N or detonate to. Out eating is 64, detonate is 57. Although Quackle is saying jugate for 34, keeping EOT blank. Now, if you're in this situation, would you want to just play your bingo or take a score and keep the bingo for later?
I will take my bingo.
All right, out eating, spotted by Kudus. Very, very wonderful. AXENCIQ, Sufyan to move. So there's a score of Xing right under out eating. Xing scores 44, or Axing 44 as well. And you can also do chin for 34. Keeping AECX. Alright, so he decides to do the chain right under Melanite for 30 points instead. Keeping AAXC. So Kudus plays Kwaku stock move of Kufi for 40, keeping DGTT on his rack.
Think it's Sophia's turn to move. Could see AX for 36. I think that's a dangerous move. So he goes for okay, he went for agate. For 19 points.
All right. It may seem as though Sufyan made a play of sex, and as it is, it's a phony.
Yeah, the
So as it
Jugas.
is, it's a
I think
phony
Juga
because
doesn't take
Juga
S.
doesn't take S. Yes, it takes just L. So that's a phony, and they scored 55 points with it, and that's a lot of points if you ask me. Could
More
you
reason
play
you should
Zeta?
dive the timer, right?
Yes, yes. Zeta for 45, and I think this is Amigo for 8 points. So I think Kudus has the bingo because he has this is waiters on his rack.
Yeah.
All right. Waiters 86 points.
Great.
All right, Awitas for 86 points. And I think Sufiana's jumping of boilers waiting for him. Boilers, 81. All right, back to back. Boilers, 81.
Yeah, it's rain of bingo.
It's still a very close game.
Very, very close. It can go either way.
DDEMNUU. So this is Mudge. If he plays Mudge, 46 points, keeping OUD. Sorry, CDEMNUU. That's a C. So Mudge through the G of toying, 46 points, keeping OUC.
Yeah, that sounds like much.
Yes.
And the score is indeed much.
It's it's much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think you can spot it? I mean, it's not so easy to spot. Or do you think he's thinking to play in that direction at all?
I don't think so, because if he had seen it, I don't think he would be wasting this time, because that's the highest score he could get with his rack.
Yes. Because there's that spot under the O from out eating. So you might be thinking of playing something like DOUM to that spot. You know, you might not be thinking of that of playing through the G, connecting the double letter score and the double word score. You might not be thinking in that direction at all.
Or if we could find it, it would be uh, impressive.
Very impressive, actually. Very, very impressive.
He went for.
Okay, so he's not doing that. He's doing com instead. CUM.
Oh, okay.
CUM. And that's 21 points. Keeping DENU. All right, it's
Is he not
starts to move.
S can go at that come?
Yes.
He's not playing actively at all, but
I'm not sure it should be too defensive at this point. I think Sufyan just changed styles, keeping just RID. So DEENOUV, Uncle, this is rack to move. There's a choice of oven, you know, SO from boilers, the S from boilers, playing in front of it, oven for 27. There's also Cove for 18. The C from Com, but you don't want to do that, exposing the triple lane, because there's
Especially if
still,
your pen just changed.
yes, and there's still another blank at large.
Yeah.
So Oven is his play, keeping EUD, and I think that's actually very, very good.
Mhm. I think whoever draws the last blank wins.
Might have
Maybe.
yes, might have an upper hand. That's possible. There's still, okay, I think Kudus just drew the last. Okay, no. Okay, there's still a blank in the bag,
Mm.
but Kudus is with the last S.
Maybe his scam will probably favor him.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think this is HADRNIR on Sophia's rack, if I'm not mistaken. And Kwaku's top move is Karahi rather. That is 42 points.
From the K of Kuti.
Yes. But it looks like he's doing hair, keeping DNR, air for 24. Okay, so it's Kodisi's turn to move. It's SHDFUEO. There's an option of fused for 42 or FOH for 32. Still keeping his S.
And Sophian has
yes,
drawn the
Sophian has
last
drawn the second blank.
blank. Yeah, if he didn't block if Kudos don't block the con, he's likely to. Okay, no. Does he even have a vowel?
Who is that?
Yes, he has a
Sophian.
E.
Yes.
Yeah. E.
The only thing on his rack is plunder.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that can play on the board. Well, Kudus is on 37 seconds. And he plays far for 23.
He's been down on time pressure, and I know
Yes.
the pressure will make him to play so optimally.
Sufyan has 52 points to score. Codex, JAP, GID, and Codex for 52 points. That would even make him extend the lead even more. And he doesn't have to use his only vowel. Yes. And I think
Are you sure you will spot it? Just to add the D. Did he play just jab?
I think so. Yes, that's what he did. He wasn't able to spot it. Wow.
Oh, this would have been one of those decisive moves.
Very, 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 very decisive. Wow, 52 points missed.
That's just near bingo score.
Yes, it is. And then, it just increases the lead. And it still has the second blank.
The second black. And you have the chance to draw 2 more tiles from the bag, hoping to draw at least 1 bar.
But then again, he's on stream, and then, there's a lot of thoughts running through his mind at the moment.
Yeah,
and he still has the D.
Certainty, kind of.
Yes, it's very possible. And he still has the D.
Yeah. But I think he will be banking on Kudos time.
True,
given that he's down time. You want to play fast.
Yes, it would
so
want
that
to do
the
that.
pressure will be more on.
And he can actually play his bingo now. Reblend. I think he has it arranged on his rack. Right under com there. OUR and UME.
Yes.
And it still has 7 minutes, All right, so I think it's going to make the play of reblend.
Let's see what he calls the blank then.
I think there's a challenge.
What did he even call the blank?
It was E, but there was a challenge.
Okay.
And that's very valid. So reblend is very valid. So that's extra 10 for Sufyan.
Okay.
So I think this is DOO.
Yeah, I could see
EAST.
the D on the codex. Who played that?
Was I think that's
Codex.
I think that's Kudus.
Okay.
I think Kudus spotted that. WIP left on Sufyan's rack. Let's see if he can finish.
Can he? I doubt.
I doubt it as well. I wonder how he must have felt as soon as Kudus dropped the D there.
Yes. Then
Knowing
he'll
that
be
he
like,
had
why
the
is this
chance
like
to take that spot first.
yes? And he didn't challenge. He didn't challenge. That means the team
It's a word he
rank.
knows, of course.
Yes, but he just wanted to play safe.
He played Tup for 11, keeping eye. And Kudus did. I think this is dupes.
Good. Come across. Good.
I don't know if the scores are correct. I'm not sure the scores are correct. We don't even know who won. But I think Sufyan should win this game.
Yeah. Yeah. Because of the reblend move. I think so too.
Yes. And also the time
Mhm.
deficit. We're not really sure who won the game. Anyways, that was round 9. Round 10 will be starting very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
We are on for round 9. This is between Master Tega, Okemote, and Olaitan Timi.
All right. Mr. Timi Olaiton has a bingo of Boogeyman, 101 points on his rack. To the N from Flown. Also Moneybag to the same N for 67. Wow, he has spotted Boogeyman, 101 points, and he wastes no time in playing it. All right, Boogeyman played. HPDSERT, top move pot shard for 82, and he has already made that play immediately, no time to waste. Pot shard for 82 points. So
Yeah,
the
it seems to be
scores,
your end of figures.
so BETSQE, BEETSOQ on his rack. All right, so he's taking beat for 39 points, keeping EOQS. All right, so we see a play of Zoe Shea for 34, keeping AU. And Mr. Timi takes a score of 34 HOER, keeping SOQ still. So AIAIUM and a blank. Wow. It's definitely not the type of draw you want alongside your blank. So it
Yes.
has to shed its vowels, some vowels. Maybe playing something like we are for 14 or umami for 15. There's also aim, keeping AIU and blank, 3 vowels, not so nice. Okay, so it does meow. Meow for 14.
Leaving AI blank. Yeah, it's not a
Yes.
bad one.
Yes, it's not. All right, so this is Fakir. And that's score 17, keeping SON. That's actually a very good rack leave, if you would like to bingo on the next one. That's if you draw very well. If it draws very well. There's
Yeah. And it was the one choice to remove the Q because he had had that Q for long.
yes.
Yeah, without the U. That should be an R.
Yes, it should be an R. So that should be votaries for 74 points. All right, so votaries played already. So there's one side, ONESID, on Mr. Timmy's rack, and he has a bingo. Essioned, playing through the S of Coast Shard.
Yeah. Yeah, for 61 points.
For 61 points.
With his R, is he trying to tell us that the game is one-sided for having a one side on his rack?
All right, so Essoin, I don't think so. And he has spotted the move already. Essoin 61 points.
Yeah.
I think that's a challenge, if I'm not mistaken. I think we're going to see a challenge.
Okay. Yeah, it is.
Yes, so that's additional 10. So that takes the score to 71.
Lane 5. That's a good score.
Yes, it is. That's 40 points.
Leaving 2 R's on his rack.
Wow. Second blank already drawn.
With 2 U's. Really?
Really, indeed, though. So let's take a look at this. Quackle is saying AW for 26. but there's the choice of Ulu
Living
for 9.
GWU. Oh
Yes,
no.
or
Yeah, I'm
Ulu
going
for
for
9.
maybe it's choice for me because I don't like W as well. So I will go for wow for 15.
Yes.
Living
Yes,
GU.
WoW is even better.
Yeah.
So this score is
You know, one
171
thing I love
minutes.
watching the master players.
Yes.
Yeah, why I love watching plays because the pace at which they see their words. Okay, they play it effortlessly. They don't need to
Yes.
think too much over it. It's as if as they're picking, they already know what they want to play.
Yes, and it's very, very admirable. It
Very,
just
very,
proves that, they've done the work, they've done the needful, and that's
yeah,
why they're master players. That's why they're in the elite category.
yes.
All right. Mr. Timmy is thinking hard.
Yeah, it's worth thinking because having two U's and W happens to be like another two U's. That means you have four U's on your rack. Even at this time, the blank is meaningless.
Okay. Wow. 15.
Yeah.
Keeping UG blank.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to be seeing Proud come down for 35 points. Keeping RV.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
To him, it's just about taking the score, like extending the
Yes.
lead.
Yes. Yes.
It's just as if come with me, let me extend my lead.
So the playable bingo I'm seeing here is Igua needs. Oh, and I think he's even arranging it. Igua needs for 60.
Okay.
Wow. That was actually a very fast find.
Yeah.
4 vowels, 2 consonants, G and S, and then the blank. That was a very fast find. Iguan, it's 60 points played already.
When he drew those styles, probably will be looking for deep floats. So immediately he saw it, like he'd be
Yes, he
like, "Oh,
wasted
thank
no time.
yes. What am I waiting for again?"
So I think this is OCVRET. And then we should be seeing a play of Clover. Yes, Clover 45 points, keeping DT. Sorry, keeping GT. So Clover for 45 points. Both players have actually been scoring very well since the beginning of the game and playing very optimally.
Yeah.
From the play of Boogeyman, and then Mr. Tega replied with a bingo, and then after Votaries, Mr. Timmy replied with another bingo. It's actually, I think the games should be very, very close at this point. I'm not sure the scores are correct, but I think the game should be very close.
Very close, but Mr. Tiga should be leading as well. because he has been taking power scores.
Well, he
In as
has.
much as, yeah, Mr. Timmy, I think Mr. Timmy has bingoed him, but I think his Clover and Proud has taken out his Iguanids.
GTJEDIT. So there's Rejig. Rejig scores 39. There's also Grid for 21 or Jared for 27. But I think he might want to do Rejig. It also helps to take out the R because the R is still a float for a
Yes.
bingo. Oh wait, it may seem as though Mr. Timmy has not committed the
Drawn
play
is
yet
what?
because his time is
The,
still running.
okay. What did he play?
Iguanids.
Oh,
Okay, I think he
no,
has
he
done
has.
that, but his timer is just still running.
It's his turn. It didn't take time after he played Iguanid. Mr. Tega replied with a Clover move. So it
Oh
seems
yes,
he's
that's
tracking. So he
yes.
drawn and yeah, he was tracking somewhat. This rack is good and bad at the same time.
One vowel.
Wow, yes.
But then he can actually score with it. He can score and
Yeah,
still
you
keep his
can.
X. There's sink for 40 or silk for 40. The S from Essoint underneath post pot shard.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Can still play silk there. Maybe he chose to play Nix.
Yes,
You
Nick's
can
keeping KLNT. Nick scores 35. You can also play Nick or Kiln for 33.
yeah. But I wouldn't go there if I were him. I will play my silk. Jejely arrests.
Yes, that's if he finds the move though.
Definitely he
Because
will, but it will be thinking of whether to block the Y axis, but there's nothing much there. He has the killer tiles
that's very
that
true.
could go to that Y, which is the K. The F, I don't know. Yeah, the F is out. So I don't think there should be anything worrisome at that side. So I will just go for silk, keeping my X still.
Yes.
But that R, I think that's what should
That's
be
the
his
only,
headache.
yes,
Yeah,
because
knowing
that's the
that,
only possible tools
yes,
for a
knowing that
bingo.
Attega is an 8 letter machinery, something like that. So
I think he's thinking of playing Knicks instead again.
okay. There's nothing he could do at that R with that R rather.
Yes, I
With
don't think
his
he has any business going to the R.
hmm.
All right, Knicks it is.
For 35 points.
All right, Mr. Tega starts to move, and I think he's about to do rejig.
Yeah, that should be his
39
best move.
points.
Hmm.
So Mr. Timmy starts to move. EONKLNT. He can play just okay for 31, and he can decide to shed a lot of tiles and play something like a banquet for 24, or Ilkin for 23, or Ketone for 20.
Okay. Well, I think the okay is okay. Like the okay is okay.
Yes,
What
it
do you think?
is. I think it is okay. Okay is okay.
Yeah, okay is okay.
2 minutes left on his time. 2 minutes on the clock left, and then he
Yeah,
has
I
not
think
made
it
a
will be
move yet.
done.
Is that inklet?
Yeah, he wants to play out so he could finish um that move. I think so.
I think inklet is not valid.
Yeah, it's not. But we will not know until it's been moved.
True.
Oh, he allowed it.
Leave the ball first. Just leave one first, not add and join yet. Uh, fuck. Another pick gets the score. You can snap it, but don't add or rack it yet.
I think Mr. Tiga wins.
Who can I win, Abi?
Yes, I think they've ended the game. All right, Mr. Timi Olaiton has won this round. Congratulations to him. It was really wonderful seeing both players show their word power. I don't think he missed any bingos from the play of Boogeyman to Estoin to Iguanids, and then there's Pot Shard and Votaries. And yes, brilliant play from both of them. This was quite interesting. I think so far all the games that we've streamed have been very, very wonderful, and the players have gotten a chance to show their word power and skill.
Yeah. But that inklet sleeve cost him. I think that cost him the game. I mean, Tiga.
I think it's possible. We don't know how close the scores are, but it's very possible that the inklets might have been what cost him the game. But since we don't know the scores, we really can't tell.
Okay.
All right, the scores have been displayed, and I think this is 380 to 337.
Boss.
I need check your parents.